Okay, finally, hold on. Okay, finally here, finally. That's nothing new. It usually takes me an hour. Really, I should always start an hour earlier, and uh, then I could actually start at 12 o'clock my time. Anyways, let's crank this down a little bit. All right, how's that look? That look good? Good? Good. Okay. I'm still training myself to look at the camera as if I'm looking at a person. I can't really do it like I'm looking at a person, but um, I'm still looking at the camera lens directly, so it looks like I'm talking to you. If you're watching, if you're not, that's all right. Okay, so today is what we've been doing for a while. In fact, what I tried to do yesterday, but I didn't get very far. Here, let me pull up my notes. Actually, I have to. Well, yeah. Um, recent. Pull up my notes. Okay. Um, all right. And then I'm gonna have to pull up GitHub. Okay. Um, might use that Copilot someday. Not right this second though. Actually, I'm curious about something. Do you know anything about Redot? The Redot engine? Curiosity? Hmm. How current are you with information about Redot? Uh, my knowledge is current up to October 2023. So okay, interesting. Oh, interesting. Chat GPT is using GPT 4.0. That's interesting. Oh, to be able to use O1 though, I have to upgrade. Preview. Oh, okay. It doesn't matter. Let's go back to let's go back to GitHub. I was just curious. Okay. All right. You're just okay. Let's switch over here. You should be seeing my gist from GitHub, and actually here let me switch back to this. I keep forgetting. I was gonna set up my. I got a little TV with HDMI that I can use as a second monitor, and I keep forgetting to set that up because I have to go in and I'll have to plug it in, and probably will have to reboot the system and everything. So I should do that before actually um, streaming. So, anyways, okay. So basically, here let's go to the gist here, and let's go to edit, and I made this public so anybody can look at it, and I'm not sure if anybody can edit it, but um, it's quite alright. People could just look at it, whatever. But okay, so I'm still on webcam. That's good. So basically, there was a guy that goes by the nick of Circuit Bone here on the Blender IRC channel on the Liberia.chat IRC network was helping me out trying to get this plot, I should say these dry plot point things here. The idea is they should just kind of be bullet points, like dry plot points, like they should be, he says facts, obviously it's fictional universe, but basically what would be actual facts. So you ask somebody to come and encounter it and stuff. So basically it'd be describing things, and you just have short sentences. They do this and they do that, and like I showed yesterday. Anyways, he wanted me to do it on a gist so that way he can look at it and mess around with it to help me out, basically. But so I decided. Now, normally I do this in my notes. You've seen my notes before, and I would go ahead and I would just make a new revision, and I would copy, and then I would edit. And I guess you don't have access to your revisions like you do on this. So for right now, I guess I'm gonna go through this, and when I get done, I'll copy that back to my notes. Then at least I still have it in my notes. Okay. Many people have disappeared, and we're actually starting on line 6 because this is what I came up with based on my existing list here. Enchanted Lands is a real magic kingdom that was turned into a tourist resort. That's an important part. I don't know if you'd say it moves the story along, but it's basically it's important to the whole story, basically, that it's a tourist resort, like Disneyland or something, or Universal or whatever, theme park, like a theme park. Most hotels, restaurants, and shops have closed with a few exceptions. The Grand Enchanted Landing is the large hotel that most most tourists stay at. Tourism. Okay. Grand Enchanted Landing is still technically open, but not accepting new guests. Many people have disappeared. Hubert, friend and advisor to the king, reached John in from our realm to help, and that's where I need to edit. So basically, okay. So I'm trying to get just the facts, just what I need for the story and for the characters. And I could go on with his past, but that might be too much info. You know, like the fact that he's only got half of his magic, and I mean, that is important though, so I might put that in there. So let's start with this. Hubert Halfway is a wizard with only half of his magic, and I'll leave it like that as a let's add something in here. The king. Oh yeah, I also wonder where I should record. Here. Let's do something first. Here. In fact, let's do it like this, and I'm gonna record. I'm gonna put some stuff in here. I'll explain what I'm doing as I'm doing it, So the idea is you just want the facts. You don't want any extraneous descriptions. Any you know, it's just supposed to be kind of this this boring timeline of events and people and things, something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and let me do some recording. Make sure, okay. Make sure I'm on desktop. Start the recording. Okay. Now, I don't have a name for the king because I haven't thought one up. So he'll just be called the king for right now. The king rules enchanted lands. Yeah, okay, so the king rules enchanted lands. Hubert halfway. Is a wizard with only half of his magic. Hubert is also Jon Snow, the king's oldest and closest friend, and also the king's advisor. And I'm gonna leave that because that's what he is. Okay. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Hubert. Okay. The king, about the same time as the closing down of the resort. I don't remember what I was going to put here. About the same time as the closing of the resort. Yeah. I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, let's just go ahead and here, let's turn off the recording. And let me think here for a second. Okay, so basically, Hubert needs some help from outside, or he believes he needs some help from outside. The king begins acting not like himself. Okay, let's do this. The king starts acting strangely and not like himself. Okay, this is what I was going to put here. About the time of the resort's closing, the king stops being friendly to Hubert. Most of Hubert's other friends are missing. Let's see what else. What's next? Most of Hubert's other friends are missing. Hubert decides he needs some outside help, so he goes to our realm. Hubert, let's see, Hubert, gets John from our world into enchanted lands with the help of a silver coupon. Okay, we're gonna say silver coupon. Actually, here, quick silver coupon. John, okay. Is a young man from our realm called Cerulia. John works at a library with his mom. John has no friends. And this might be something that would be all in one card, so I'm not sure if here, let's do this. Okay, I'm not really sure if that should be there just because it's a description. Let's see. Because a lot of these things, when they're actual plot points, actual things that happen in the game, they'll be on their own cards. But essentially, they'll be in their own scenes or rooms. But this one won't necessarily be. This is just who he is. So maybe I can just actually collapse that into one line. So let's start up the daily. From our realm, we won't worry about the actual name of it. That works with his mom and has no friends or girlfriend. That's kind of important. Girlfriend. Okay. Most of Herbert's other friends are missing. Hubert decides he needs to outside help, so he goes to our realm. Here he gets John from our world into enchanted lands with the help of a Quicksilver coupon. John is a young man from our realm that works at a library with his mom and has no friend or girlfriend. Friends or girlfriend. Okay. Now, yeah. So there's a thing saying, what's this, who's this, and all this stuff. And if I explain what Quicksilver is, that's not really helping to our plot thing. I mean, not that I won't explain it in the game in a description somewhere. But anyways, we'll go with that for a while. Okay. A princess from another realm is kidnapped while John helplessly watches. Here, let's add a little bit more context, a little bit more of what happens. John looks at the coupon and mutters, I guess, and says some words in the fine print, and a portal opens. John steps through into a train cabin when he sees a beautiful young woman. Okay, we're just describing her, and we're describing. Uh, this this young woman is a princess from another realm that is kidnapped while John helplessly watches. Okay, and I mean, I'm adding more stuff here because more stuff kind of happens. I'm still trying not to. It's kidnapped. Okay. Uh, um. I'm just wondering if I should put. Okay, let me check something here. Mm-mm-mm. Most of the times when okay, so I'm still recording. All right. Uh, okay, let's go back to the browser window. Go back to here. All right. Let's go ahead and I'll stop recording. I'm just recording these little clips so I can just get to the meat of what I'm doing basically. Um, Now there's several things. Okay, so there's several things that happens in the train um that most of you who've been following this already kind of already know what's happening. So basically, John opens this candy bar. It's got a silver ticket in it, and it's basically a coupon for another candy bar. And on the back is some fine print that he says, which uh, this coupon is made of quicksilver, which is magic, and it opens a portal. He steps through the portal, and then he sees this beautiful young woman. Then he sees this little fat man who jumps out of his seat, uh, puts a device on the wall of the cabin. Then he sits back down, and then he has another device that he manipulates a little bit, and it starts the train spinning and rolling and tumbling, and um, then he stabilizes it. The idea is he kind of tests it to see if it works basically while he's still in his seat, and then he stops and he runs over to this woman, and now she obviously she's the princess, but our characters don't really know that yet. Um, so this short, fat, round little man jumps up and um, he he sprinkles some pixie dust or whatever. It looks like glitter or whatever to John. It's like magic, and it instantly puts her into a trance, basically, or puts her to sleep. And the little man, despite being small and round and somewhat little, uh, picks her up, hoists her on his shoulder, and then heads toward the door, opens the door, jumps out, um, as the train car seems to be tumbling and spinning, and then John blacks out, and the next thing he wakes up, he's in some kind of forest that doesn't have any leaves on the trees. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to reduce it to its constituent points. And when there's something that's not explained, like who John is or who this is or who that is, I'm trying to explain it. The idea is like eventually can turn these into cards and then in the game. So, anyways, me train. Okay, so here, let me start this up. If you're wondering why I seem to be like turning on the recording, you don't see the recording, but when I keep saying I'm gonna turn on the recording or I'm gonna stop the recording, it's because I am just trying to get little clips that I can edit and make the edit like super quick, super simple, super easy. I can just string these clips together, and they'll be about the length I need because all these little things only takes a little bit of time. Like right now, it's recording, and I'm on the desktop, so that's why I was showing you OBS there instead of the webcam. Okay, the train starts to tumble, and John falls, hits his head, and blacks out. Okay? When John awakens, he seems to be in a forest uh, without leaves. And this is the Forgetful Forest, and at some point I was going to put it in there. I don't know if I am going to still put it in there, other than he opens into a forest or whatever. Okay. Hubert walks over and introduces himself, and then tells him why he brought him here. That actually sounds good anyways. Walks over, introduces himself, and tells him why he brought him here. Okay. Alright, I won't go into detail about the train parts, the train cars that are everywhere, and these different creatures and people waking up, and they're all the same thing. None of them are hurt, but it's apparent that it was a train that fell out of the sky. Hence flying train, but I guess that's not really important to what I'm doing right here. I mean, I'll describe it, I'll show it, whatever, eventually, but here I just need what they're doing and why and where. Um, let's see. Um, okay, let me think for a moment. Okay, so my next line over here is Hubert sent John over to night school and Princess Prep. Now, we don't really know what it is other than the name, other than what I've already told you. But the idea is you're just reading it. It's like you're reading a list of facts, you know, or whatever. You're trying to solve a mystery, and these are all the clues, and these are all the things that are observed, and whatever. So, um, and then I'm going. Okay, so you don't know what night school or Princess Prep is, but maybe I should explain it. I wouldn't do a long explanation in here. It would just be a line or two saying what it is. But I'm just wondering if I should do that. Should I put it above? Should I leave it out? I'm not really sure because it's important, kind of. Okay, so let's try this again. Enchanted Lands is divided up into 4 sections. Uh, we'll say divided up into 5 sections technically. And a sort of clover leaf, sort of 4-leaf clover. What do I want to 4-leaf clover configuration. to the, okay. And okay, so this is where I don't know if, I don't know where the force is in relation right now to the rest of the lands. And I was pictured it in my mind to the, basically to the left of, maybe it could be to the right. I'm not sure. Okay. 1.5 is night school for training knights, and princess prep for girls who want to be princesses. Okay. And the other half is Wizard University and for you can learn to be a wizard and Wizard University, so you can learn to be a wizard, and Fairy God College for little old ladies become. And we'll just get down for fairy godmothers. Okay. And one thing I want to do here is I'm wondering if I should update this every so often, like you would saving something. Okay. So here, let's just go ahead and that. Check something. Yep. Whenever I switch to my webcam, it's probably so that I can look at OBS. I mean, you've seen OBS when I just switch to it and I'm on my desktop and stuff. You can see all the stuff here, and I suppose that's fine. But I'm gonna try to keep this as clean as possible. And I just want to look at my stats when I finally bone circuit. Oh, the stupid thing! Why can't I do? Oh. Circuit. Am modifying the disk now. Should I update it every so often, like when saving a document, or should I update it when I'm done as far as being a new revision? Anyways, okay, so all right, let's go back to the the web page, and I'm going to go ahead and start recording here. And I'm gonna put a space in between each line, so this is gonna be double space, so you can kind of read it better. I might could group things depending on what they're supposed to be for, because the idea is these will all be separate cards, and that won't necessarily be so though, because some of these are like compound. So okay, this is gonna take forever. How many lines? Okay, how many lines do I have? Like 140, and I have to double space each thing. What? Okay, spaces to soft wrap. Interesting. That's all right. Whatever. And let's see here. Whoop. Okay. Yeah, I'm not talking because I am putting these spaces in. Just so that... Okay. So, like yesterday, I was sleepy. Right now, I don't feel so sleepy. I was really sleepy this morning. Like it's like I only get I'm only getting 6 hours of sleep. Partly because I've been staying up super late, and then so now I'm trying to get my sleep schedule back in order. Uh, so what I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to make sure that I am going to bed at a consistent time, which is about midnight right now. And then really what I'm supposed to be sleeping is I'm supposed to be sleeping 8 hours, actual 7.5 hours of actual like sleep, and it takes me half an hour, so it'd be like a full 8 hour night. Oop. And whoa, here we go. And that would mean me going to bed at 10:30 instead of midnight. But I figure I should have a schedule first. Keep forgetting here. 140 means it's going to go to 200 and something, right? 280? That's a lot of lines. I mean, it's not a lot of text necessarily, but it's a lot of lines. Yeah. Oh. And we're almost there. Almost. I'm sure there's probably some sort of tool I could use that would actually put the spaces in, but we're just gonna do this anyways, since I'm getting close to being done. So yeah, and then, okay, so let's keep doing this. So after I do this, after I get this all down, I still have to introduce some characters, like, for instance, Sir William, and I don't have him introduced yet. At some point, the princess was going to... there we go. Okay, 240, I guess. Okay, let's just leave that. And I'm just going to go ahead and update this anyways. Update. There we go. And then edit. Anyways, after I do this, I'm gonna have to go through it again. I'm gonna have to find out where some of these other characters fit in, because they are important to the story. Like Sir William. Sir William's actually gonna go and convince the knights in training that to help them with their cause. Um, the one, and I guess you could say it's the one hole or flaw in Max's plan, and that is he has them training on real weapons and stuff to work for him, but they only basically just kind of convince them to work for him, and they don't have any. They're not under any enchantment or whatever. They're not especially evil per se. They're just they're an army. They think they're working for the lands, when really they're working for the bad guy who owns most of the lands now. Um, so Sir William, who is who was a knight that got turned into a unicorn, uh, part of his story is he's got to get back to becoming a human, and when he's back to being human, he helps convince the knights to help fight with him. Anyways, I have to introduce a few characters like that. And there's Nestor and Chester, Chester is a dragon that likes to sightsee. He likes going on sightseeing trips basically, which also helps him evade capture and enchantment. So that way he's kind of a good guy. Then there's Nestor, his brother, his long lost brother, and Nestor is just mean all over, and so he doesn't actually need enchantment. And then I had Crooktooth, which was originally a dragon in the original one. I kind of split up Crooktooth into these two dragons, and he has something bad with his teeth. And then after they fix it, he actually helps them at some point. I don't know if I'll retain that part of it, but I still want the dragon in there. And um, maybe Crooktooth is just plain evil. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's what how I should do it. Because we have a good dragon, then we got a mean one that'll turn good, and then we can leave Crooktooth. Maybe Crooktooth's the one that actually enchants the other dragons, because maybe he's a I don't know. Maybe has magic. Maybe he's a wizard, a dragon wizard. I don't know. Could it be? Is it possible? Possibly, possibly possible. Anyways, so yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and okay, I was gonna make sure I stopped recording. You can shrink it later. Yeah. These sound like character arcs. They kind of are, but it kind of plays into the plot. So, um, if you don't know here, actually, let me go into the YouTube chat, the actual YouTube chat instead of the OBS chat. Here, let's switch to desktop. Okay. So Bone Circuit says, "No worries, sounds good. The violent draft's always wild. You can shrink it later." These sound like character arcs. Well, essentially they are, but they're all important to the plot. I had designed it so they all contribute to the main plot. For instance, Sir William was turned into a unicorn by Violet as part of Max's plan um, to what word am I looking for? Disable, get rid of, uh, get rid of Sir William, since he commanded the armies that got him banished originally. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Anyways, I guess what we're looking at is we're looking at YouTube and the YouTube and YouTube. No, or is wait, yeah. This is YouTube here, right? So I got many different YouTubes in here. Anyways, it's a little bit easier to chat in YouTube than it is to chat in OBS. OBS, for some reason, I have to click it like multiple times into the chat box. So, so you're right. These are all character arcs, but at the same time, all of their main plots are contributing to the big main plot, and then their subplots are kind of their own little goals. For instance, Roland wanting to find his father, but that plays into well, actually, that might be his main plot. I can't remember. Some of them are a little bit weak. Some of them are like um, some of them are like I like when I wrote the plot and the subplot, it was more like part one and part two or something. Just because I couldn't think of everything. I wanted them all to have a plot and a subplot for when you're playing it, but some of them were a little bit weak. That's all to say. I figured I would iron it out later and change it later if I needed to. Anyways, so yeah, so let's go back to here. Let me go back to the. Uh, I'm not sure if. Okay, back on webcam. Okay, we're back on the webcam. Okay, so I'm not recording now. I'll start recording in a sec. Oh, by the way, Bone Circuit, if or Circuit Bone, whatever you wish to be called. Um, periodically I'll be saying that I'm recording and I'm stopping recording. It's because I'm doing that for editing. When I start doing the updates, I found out that trying to edit a long 3 to 4 hour stream, in fact two of them because I'm doing 2 days at a time right now, and then there'll be less frequent updates and more time spent on the game development. But so when I'm recording pieces of my development that I want to actually go into the update, and this will save me a ton of time that I'm spending right now when I try to edit them. I'm not caught up on any of my updates, so I haven't uploaded any updates yet. It's just right now. It's just the live streams. I think where I'm gonna find the more I could go through the whole thing of why I'm doing this, what I'm doing, and stuff like this. So the streaming component is a big component of helping me finish the game and a couple of other things. But that's what I used to edit. Less rushes, the better. Yeah, yeah, right. It's just a pain in the butt. But sometimes I can take a stream and I can just time compress it, so it's like a time lapse. It's not technically a time lapse, but it's just compressing the time, and then I can do a voiceover, and those are usually kind of the easiest when I do that. In fact, I might do that on my my last update that I was working on Wednesday. In fact, I'll be working on it tomorrow probably as I work on edits on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Anyways, let me get back to the thing here. I have a tendency to go off. Not that. That's my notes. I have a tendency to go off on a tangent like a lot, and I'll start explaining stuff, and I won't get anything done. So let's get back to it. Okay, so um, and where was I specifically? Here, let's see, make sure I'm there. And here, I guess I'll flash back here real quick. Okay, just making sure I hadn't started recording. Um, let's see. Let's go back to um I think I updated it. I hope I update here. We'll do this just to make sure. Yeah, it's been updated. Okay, good. So I'm gonna check the revision here, and um, okay. So yesterday I just did these first few lines, and then I started doing these other lines. Oh, okay. So this is kind of showing what I added here, so I can know where I got to. So apparently I got to this part right here. So that means I'm on line 45 because I haven't changed that yet. And then the rest of these are just spaces in between here, except for this part. Uh, John is also learning dragons are terrorizing small villages. I don't know when. Weird. I don't know why I did that. Night school. Many people have just. Anyways, I guess let me get back to it. I gotta get back to it. I was trying to figure out where I was at when I started putting in these double spaces. Uh, okay, so Channel Lands, people disappear. King rules in Channel Land. Hebert resorts closing. Young man from our realm steps to the train cabin, sees a beautiful young woman. The woman's princess from another. Train starts to tumble. John falls, hits head, blacks out. When John awakens, he seems to be in a forest without leaves. Hebert walks over and introduces himself and tells him why he brought him here. Uh, oh yeah, and then I added this part. In Channel Land is divided up into 5 sections, sort of a 4-leaf clover configuration. And I don't know. I figured that this was an important thing to say, although I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's not important to the overall plot because it had to do with kind of like where each of the deals were. So I was going to describe it. So in one half is night school for training knights and princess prep for girls who want to be princesses. The other half is Wizard's University, so you can be a wizard, and fairy god college for fairy godmothers. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, but I just figured I'd describe it so that you kind of know what it is before he sends them over to night school and princess prep. So he's sending them over there. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this part here. Sends John over to night school and princess prep. Roland the oversized dwarf decides to return to the dwarf mines one last time. Okay. This is something that happens. Because okay, so this is the moment. This is where we're introducing Roland to our story, or in the game. The first time you encounter Roland is when he decides he's going to return to the dwarf mines and see if he can get in one last time. He's been away for a while. He's been kicked out, and that's part of the backstory, which is why I haven't actually put it in here. Although I can put a reference to it if somebody's telling him or asking him something or whatever. Let's see. Let's go ahead and say Roland is a dwarf. Is a half dwarf, half giant, who was kicked out of the dwarf mines for being too large. Roland is only about 8 years old, but already the size of a fully grown man, around 6 feet tall. Okay. Now, there's a little bit of there's a backstory here. And actually, okay, so this is what I was having trouble with. His story arc happens to be when he gets kicked out of the mines for being too big, and for I guess being clumsy, and there's a couple of things that basically he's kind of kicked out of the dwarf mines, and so he goes on a quest to find his dad. His mom tells him his dad was a giant, and that he needs to find him, but he doesn't know his name. She died before being able to tell him any more about it, his dad. So he's been wandering around trying to find his dad, and he decides that because the search kind of turned up nothing, he decides he's going to he's going to come back to the dwarves and maybe one last stab at talking to somebody about his dad, maybe. And so that's where we're at there. I haven't started recording yet, which I should have, but that's all right. I'll start recording now. Okay, and I'll just briefly go over here. Roland's half giant, half dwarf, half giant, who was kicked out of the dwarf mines for being too large. Oh yeah, this is what I was trying to get at. So when we're introduced to him in the story, he had already been searching for his dad for a while. I don't know how long. I don't know how long it's been since Max came in, took over Enchanted Lands, and start enslaved people and stuff. I might should try to figure that out. But so basically, his backstory here um, was before, and this was part of his plot that supposedly you were going to play. So, but I'm kind of rethinking where you encounter him at, because the story really starts when the resort kind of closes down, basically. So when it closed down, and that's sometime after he was kicked out. So you won't actually be playing that part of his story. You'll be coming in, if you get to play him at all. Maybe he's just an NPC. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure how I'm doing that just yet. Okay, so Roland's only about 8 years old, but already the size of a full grown man, around 6 feet tall. I'm thinking I was gonna have him be fairly young. 8 years old is fairly young, but the times I remember the best, the thing that I like the best, is when I was about 10 years old. 10 years old is when I saw Back to the Future, and it's that year. We got, me and my brother got to go to the movies by ourselves. We were given money. We got to choose our own movie basically, and we got to see some cool movies and stuff. A couple of them so-so movies, and um, but anyways, 10 years old is when you hit these changes, these age changes after about every 3 years. So you know, uh, when you're 9, you're already in the next stage or whatever, and so I don't remember too much from before I was 10. I remember a little bit. I remember things here and there, brief, glimpses or whatever. But I'm guessing 10 years old is when I was like a person. Like I recognized myself as a person rather than just you know whatever you think about when you're like a real little kid. So I might make him like 9, 10, or 11 maybe, just so he's smart enough to do stuff. Maybe not as smart as an adult, but um, I might change his age here. So I know it's not really that important, but in any case, he's a child, but he's already super tall. Um, uh, I can leave the oversized dwarf part out just because that was just kind of a title I ascribed to him, because to me that was the uniqueness of it, is that he was a dwarf, but he's only part dwarf, but he's way bigger than a dwarf, but he's still smaller than a giant. So Roland decides to return to the uh, okay. Uh, okay, so I'm deciding. I don't know if this would be considered quote unquote fluff, but after searching fruitlessly for his father, um, after searching fruitlessly for his father for a while, he decides to go back to the dwarf mines. So now we got a description up here of who he is. This can't be on its own card though. Exactly, this can't be in its own room. Half dwarf, half giant. Uh, but I'm just trying to like put this into facts, and I'm trying to introduce. It's like he said, who is who is the king, who is Hubert, who is Roland, this kind of thing. Um, okay, and so maybe I'll combine those lines a little bit later or something. I'm not sure. Before Roland can enter the decides to go back to the dwarf mines. I didn't think of this as fluff here. Before Roland can enter the mines, an older dwarf stumbles out, obviously weak with fatigue. And the idea is said he's in the Gnome Kingdom. So right now he's trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. Okay, so let's see. While standing at the entrance to the dwarf mines, an old dwarf stumbles toward him. Stumbles out toward him. Okay. I don't know. I guess I won't say much about his condition. Roland asks about his. Okay. I actually put that already in there. I should just leave that there, I think. Roland asks about his dad, the old. The old, okay. Here. About his dad, to which the old dwarf replies his dad is trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. Okay. Okay, so now we're flash forward to night school. At night school, John asks around about what's going on. Asks several knights in training what's happening or what's going on. He learns the princess was set to speak at Princess Prep but didn't show up before it was closed. John also finds out the night school started training with real weapons. Okay, so and then there's a deal here. John is barred from entering the night school grounds, but devises a way in. And that way, that can be like that's like a fact, but I'm not really even saying how he does it. It's just that he does it. Inside, no, stupid thing. Inside the night school grounds. Elaine's princess set the speaker princess, but it didn't show up before it closed. Also finds out the night school started training with real weapons. John is also learning dragons are terrorizing small villages. And let's see if we can kind of wrap this into... Maybe I should go back to up there and fix Roland's deal here, too. Okay. Here. Let me check something. These things will work on the side so comments are not pulling you out of focus. Yeah, that's fine. I think most people are listening to me. There's not much to watch anyways. It's me typing stuff in, so me talking is really what I could actually release these as like podcasts, I suppose. I don't know. I've never made a podcast or used podcast or anything, but basically I could release the audios in some place. If there's some place I could release it for free or whatever. But anyways, okay. So I'm no longer recording, or I'm not recording right now. That's good. And we'll start a new thing here. Okay. Let's go back up and fix rolling a little bit here. Rolling the half dwarf, half giant, who was kicked out of the dwarf mines for being too big. Decides to come back. Okay. Okay, and what I'll do here is, just so I can explain it a little bit, Roland asked about his dad, which whom he's trying to find. He's trying to find we'll put the old dwarf on it. The old dwarf replies his dad is trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. Okay, now devises a way in. Okay. John also finds out night school started training. Okay. He also finds out. I'm gonna go ahead and leave this as its own line, but he also finds out night school started training with real weapons, and dragons are terrorizing small villages. And then we just remove that. John sneaks into Princess Prep. Inside Princess Prep, John learns the princess was to go to the Grand Enchanted Landing Hotel. Hubert himself sneaks into Wizard U. He finds the wizard professors have all been trapped in their own Hall of Fame paintings. One painting is missing, which Hubert realizes was Maximilian Spell's own painting. Now, did I don't think I introduced Max, did I? I haven't introduced Max yet. Okay. That's all right. Okay, so which Hubert figures out who it belongs to. Which Hubert is able to deduce whose painting it is. The missing painting. Oh, all right. One painting. Let's see. Hubert. One painting is missing, which belongs to Maximilian Spell. as Hubert deduces. I just wanted to say that he figured it out, basically, and wanted to tell you what it is. Maximilian Spell was an evil sorcerer who was banished for trying to conquer the realms, all the realms. We'll say that. You realize Maximus has somehow gotten back into land. Back in the lands. Now we go. Roland manages to sneak into the dwarf mines, a vast network of well-maintained caves. I wanted to get a sense of, like, basically, like Lord of the Rings, like any of the dwarf dealies where they're great craftsmen and they build these great halls and things underground. I just wanted to be that sort of idea, so I put this in here to just describe how it looks and stuff. Roland then remembers there's a secret entrance. Remembers the secret entrance into the gnome kingdom from the mines and enters it. Okay, that way I can remove this line. Okay. Okay. Stop recording. Checking back. Okay. Alrighty. So, Hubert peeks into the window of Fairy God College only to be met by an old acquaintance. This old acquaintance is a teacher Hubert knows, who informs him Violet Moonshadow is also back. Okay, so we need to know who Violet is, I guess. Violet. Who is Violet? Is an evil witch and is romantically. I can say romantically. I didn't want to put like a bunch of adult crap in there, like divorces and affairs and whatever. But we can say this: romantically linked to and works for Max. Okay. Violet's forced all the would-be fairy godmothers to train as the evil witches. Okay. So I mean that maybe you could consider some of that fluff. I don't know, but Violet's forced all the would-be fairy godmothers to train as evil witches. In the Gnome Kingdom, Roland sees that there are tons of people, not just gnomes, working the mines. Now this was and this might be considered fluff, but the idea is there are a lot of people that are working the mines. They seem to be slaves. He doesn't know for sure, maybe. In the Gnome Kingdom, Roland sees that there are tons of people. That there are, I'll just say, a lot of people. Not just gnomes working the mines. Okay. After traveling some time, he finally spots a giant working an ore smelting. After sneaking around here, we'll say sneaking around sometime, he finally spots a giant working an ore smelting plant. As he approaches, he notices the giant is chained up. I like I said, I don't know how ore smelting works. I'll probably end up looking that up, for reference, for research. But that's not really important. It's just important that he's chained up and Uh, he spots a giant with long chains working and ore smelter, I guess. I don't know if that's a word, but and I'm just Roland asks the giant if he's his father. The giant, also named Roland, confirms it. Okay, so and really, I don't need to tell you who the giant is, other than the fact that he's a giant and his name is Roland, and that he's Roland Jr.'s father. And I just figured that I didn't need to say much more, other than he confirms it. I can put this at one line though. Uh, to which he replies he is, and that his name is also Roland. Okay. They start talking about the gnome mines and what they're doing. Okay. They start talking. I don't need that in there because he asked about, right? They start talking, and Roland Sr. tells Jr. that this bad guy named Max needs a whole lot of Quicksilver. Uh, uh, if he wants to help, maybe I don't need that. He tells Junior that he needs to contact Hubert and tell him what of the conditions here. Okay. John and Hubert rendezvous at Scarborough Fair Chicken at the Renaissance Fair. I don't know if I put Scarborough Fair Chicken up here. I don't think I did, which is fine because I can still do it. Okay. I didn't put what the Renaissance Fair is, so maybe I'll do it here. The Renaissance Fair, otherwise known as, well, maybe I don't worry about that. The Renaissance Fair is the street where all the hotels, restaurants, and shops are located. Scarborough Fair Chicken, or SFC for short. And the only reason I put that in there is because I refer to it as SFC most of the time. Is the only fast food concession open in at the fair. Okay, really in Enchanted proper, it's the only restaurant in there. They decide they need to find the princess because she was kidnapped for a reason. Okay, she was kidnapped for a reason. Okay, see something? Okay, still recording. Their first lead is the hotel. Wait. Run the count to turn into a bat and spy out. Turn into bat. Fly to the first lead. Well, turn into bat. Fly and spy. You trace the princess. Let me figure this out. Okay, let's just do it like this. The Count is a misunderstood vampire. And I guess I won't elaborate, but he's a good guy. So I'm just going to leave it. And one of Hubert's oldest friends. Hubert calls the Count and asks him to fly to the Grand Enchanted Landian and see if the princess is there. Okay. And that's just kind of a one-line thing. Princess manages to escape her robes. The princess tried... I haven't really described the princess either, have I? Okay, so maybe I should have a thing that describes it. So John finds out that the princess was kidnapped. Turns out princess was from Verdance and was to give a speech at Princess Prep. Let's see. Okay. The Count is supposed to fly to see if the princess is there. The princess tied up to a wine cask. Princess, tied up to a wine cask, managed to escape her ropes with the help of some ice. She then tries to escape by getting into the dumbwaiter, to which she's forced upstairs. She stumbles upon a room with some maps and other documents, which she grabs, but is recaptured. The Count comes back and tells John and Hebert what he found. Hebert and John go to rescue her and okay, so there's something here that is puzzling to me. Oh shoot, I should have switched back to the thing here. That means that part of that is going to be just me talking anyways. Okay. So, okay. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so just a brief recap. Okay, so Roland gets into, he gets in to talk to his father. Johnny Hebert rendezvous at Scarborough Fair Chicken at the Renaissance Fair. The Renaissance Fair is a street where all the hotels, restaurants, and shops are located. Scarborough Fair, or SFC for short, is the only fast food concession open at the fair. They decide they need to find the princess because she was kidnapped for a reason. Turns out the princess was from Verdance and she was to give a speech at Princess Prep. The Count is a misunderstood vampire and one of Hubert's oldest friends. Hubert tells the Count and calls the Count and asks him to fly to the Grand Enchanted Landing to see if the princess is there. Princess tied up to a wine cask manages to escape her ropes in the wine cellar. We'll just say in the cellar, that way. In the cellar, managed to escape her ropes with the help of some ice. She then tries to escape by getting into the dumbwaiter, which she's forced upstairs. She stumbles upon a room with some maps and other documents, which she grabs but is recaptured. The Count comes back and tells John and Hubert what he found. Uh, Hubert and John go and rescue her and arrive back at SFC. Okay, so um, that's pretty dry and that's pretty okay, but it doesn't really go into any detail about the rescue. Um, maybe I don't need to. I mean, they're okay. So I'm going to go back to my notes here, and even though it's adding a little bit extra detail, I need some events, some things that happen with the rescue, and uh, um, okay, okay. So I actually have some um, some details in here. In fact, I was going to come back here after doing the those other things, and then I was going to um, continue writing this narrative story here. Okay. The servant said, okay, she's in the wine cellar chain. The wine cask, both staircases are guarded. They're not accepting any new guests, but I found out where the hotel tickets went. They have some poor girl pretending to be the princess. She spends her day gossiping and drinking herself to sleep. I think the cook is sympathetic toward the princess, and I must say she's quite fetching. Uh, the servants' entrance to the kitchen is also guarded. There's hardly no one in the rooms except for the fake princess. I think they're using a couple rooms as a base of operation, but it was focused on finding the princess. First thing they did was get some suitable disguises for delivery drivers from the count that happened to have some lying around at his motel. He's got his own hotel, see, and I guess maybe I won't put that in the thing there right now because there is there's nothing going on there with that just yet. They walked into the Grand Enchanted Landing, went to the side door, and two guards stopped them. I think I'll attempt a conjuring spell to conjure up a wagon laden with foodstuffs. Pulling out several hats from his bag, Hubert put them in on particular order and then began to sparkle. As were wheeling his fingers, the guards, he began to converse with them. Food delivery with what? When Hubert looked back, he noticed there's nothing there. John also looked and saw nothing. Where is it? He whispered. Well, I have only half of my magic. Who knows how it's going to manifest? The guards looked back at them and said, sorry, you can leave now. But when the guards looked up, towering above them was a huge wagon pulled by a dragon. Where did that come from? Said one guard to another. I don't know, but I guess it's okay. We need to eat, don't we? I guess so. After opening the door, they came to the cook. I wasn't expect the cook cut off mid-sentence as John nodded toward the wine cellar. Yes, special delivery. We know the princess likes her wine. Oh, of course, you can't let the princess go dry now, can we? This way, boys. As she leads them down to the wine cellar door, one of the guards commented, we can't let you go in there. It's off limits, even to delivery. Yes, well, I guess they can put the wine in here while you guys go back out there and guard us. That is your job, isn't it? Yes, I guess so, but you mustn't let him near the cellar. Near the cellar. All right, off with you. As they approach the cellar door, the cook mentions, they locked the door. Wouldn't give me back the key. It's all right. We'll find a way in. Let's see another spell this time to unlock the door. After putting on some different hats, he started to sparkle again, wiggled his fingers toward the door, and just then he heard a click and whoosh as if air was being pushed out. When he looked over to the opposite wall to see a fine layer of dust around a simple broom closet. Aha! As he went over to it, he pressed on the back and eventually found the latch, which opened the back of the closet into a small narrow hallway running the length of the kitchen. As they followed it to the right, they came to the stairs, and when they went down the stairs until it dead ended, they found another door with a slit in it at eye level. And when they looked out, they noticed that someone that looked a bit similar to the princess, but a little tipsy, with a bottle in her hand. She had just popped the cork and laid the corkscrew down as she drunkenly meandered back toward the stairway. I'm not even introducing her in this little in this plot outline thing that I'm doing because it's not really necessary as far as it's not an important part. It's a little bit because basically what happened is they took the princess's hotel tickets and then they found somebody that kind of looks like her and they made her stay in the hotel room and promised her all the wine that she could eat, drink, and then so um, so she's up there, and then she goes down every so often. She's allowed to go into the cellar to get more wine, and the idea was to make it look like the princess was actually staying at the hotel and doing everything that she was supposed to be doing. And honestly, there isn't a lot of need to put her in, except for at one point the count is still at that, and so when he spies out her talking uh, through the magic mirror, through a magic mirror she has, um, he follows her to the wine cellar, and he's able to find the princess tied up there or chained up there. At this point, she's actually chained up because this is after the ropes, and so um, so they see her through the slit in the door in this little alcove. Anyways, let's see. When she's gone, they open the door into the little alcove with the tables and the cheese wheel and the empty wine glasses, making their way towards the stairs. They stop short of noticing the guard along with the princess. Let's see what kind of spell can I use on him. So far, your spells have backfired. We've had luck on our side, but better not tempt fate. Besides, I think we could come up with a simpler solution. With that, John grabbed the heaviest bottle he could hold in one hand and sneaked up on the guard. Just when he was looking away, John clocked him over the head and went down into a crumpled heap. The princess, recognizing Hubert and also somewhat recognizing John from the train before she blacked out, started to speak when John put his finger over his pursed lips. As she looked up and then quieted down. Uh, and I can put then here, just, I'll save that. Uh, I think I can help her get out of the shackles with another spell. Plus, this isn't dependent on herself, so I think we're safe. With that and a few more hats, he succeeded in opening one of the shackles while the other was still wrapped around her wrist. Realizing they would need something to pick the lock, John ran back in the alcove and grabbed the knife and the corkscrew and set about to pick the lock. Some determination, some grunting, the shackle opened and she was free. As they made their way down the secret passage and back into the kitchen, they gathered before the side door, only realized the guards were still out there looking at the cart illusion, wondering what they were going to do to get out. Just then, out of the sky came a bat, attacking, quote unquote, the guards. As the guards started protecting themselves and swinging their swords, everyone inside the kitchen got out, including the cook. As they took off toward the Renaissance Fair, eventually the bat followed them with just before entering into Scarborough Fried Chicken. The Count turned back into a man. And when the cook saw him, she seemed a bit impressed as the Count introduced himself charmingly to her. Okay, and then there's a little discussion. Hello again, Hubert. I'm glad you're all right, Highness. And who's our fine young friend here? Highness. I'm just plain old John Thomas from Earth. I mean, I guess you call her Ferulia. Thanks for your rescue, John Thomas. I'm Princess Karen Elspeth from the realm of Verdance. Well, we all helped. Oh wait, I saw you on that flying train thing when that horrible little man put you over his shoulder and jumped out. Yes, that was the king of the gnomes, and then turned to Hubert. Our old friend Max is back. Yes, I suspected something of that nature. Explains many things. She hands the papers she found to Hubert, who examines them for a bit. Now, he did recognize. He says he suspected because he recognized that the painting, the Hall of Fame painting, was gone from Wizard University. Okay. So with that in mind, now I have to go back here and what? Okay. Okay. Stumbles upon the room. Okay, blah blah blah. Hubert and John go to rescue. go to rescue the princess. Here, let's start this. Make sure I'm recording. Okay, pardon me. Hubert and John go to rescue the princess, and arrive at the side door. Hubert casts a spell, which doesn't work at first, but then gives the guard. Okay, arrives at a side door with some guards in front. Then gives the guards the illusion of a large wagon of food. Okay. As they go in, see, I'm just trying to find a way of shortening this to just a few facts, like I did when she escapes from the ropes with some mice, and then then she gets in the dumbwaiter, then it goes back upstairs, then she stumbles on, and then she's recaptured. They go in, find a secret passage into the wine cellar. Find a secret passage, go in to the kitchen. There's at the Grand Enchanted Indian, and arrive at the side door with some guards in front. Okay. He casts a spell which doesn't work at first, then he gives the guards the illusion of a large wagon with food. As they go into the kitchen, they find a secret passage in the wine cellar. John clocks the guard that's watching Princess with a heavy wine bottle. They escape with the cook. And go back to SFC. Roland arrives at FC, meets Hubert and John. Roland tells them that there are slaves working at Max's Quicksilver mines in the Gnome Kingdom. After reviewing the papers, they formulate a plan. Hubert sends Roland and John into the mines. Hubert then finds the dwarf's secret magic focusing discs. Hubert uses magic to get to the castle, and uses that to help him transport to the castle. Okay. Roland and John use the secret door to gain entrance into the Gnome Kingdom. Max finishes the Omni Gate and is ready to test it. Hubert tracks down Violet and confronts her. Roland and John locate the office in the mines. Roland and John then spot the dwarves fight and gagged on the floor. Sneaking in, Roland easily snaps the bombs holding them. Roland and John are captured by the gnomes. Are then surprised and captured by the gnomes. Hubert casts a spell that causes his magic to return to him. Uh, with Violet present, Hubert casts a spell that causes magic to return to him. The guards, alerted to Hubert's presence, chase him to the train station. The gnomes promptly put John, Roland, and the rest to work. Back in the mines, John signals the doors to overpower the guards. There's an explosion that seems to come from one of the mine walls. When the smoke clears, the train appears to have crashed into the mine. Hubert pops out of the train. Disoriented by the explosion, the gnome guards are easily overpowered. The slaves get released and start to run out of the gates. Hubert shouts for everyone to head back to the Renaissance Fair. Hubert sends John to night school to inform them and enlist their help. Hubert himself goes to Fairy God College now with full magic and breaks the magic shield. And I didn't really tell you that it had a magic shield when I looked back, but it does. Maybe I'll just leave that. I'm not sure. Hubert then lets out all the would-be fairy godmothers and convinces them to help him. Roland Sr. and Roland Jr. head to the North Country where his people are. John goes back into the night school with Sir William. Now, this is the first time we hear about Sir William, so I'm going to have to introduce him somewhere along the line in here. A lot of knights in training have a lot of respect for Sir William, and that's not really a listens. Okay, so listens to what Sir William has to say. They all agree to help our heroes. There we go. They rendezvous. Okay. We'll say everyone rendezvous back at Scarborough Fried Chicken. The gang, including John, the Princess, and Hubert, are sitting around a table in SFC, places full of people, citizens, tourists alike. Okay. Let's change these. Am I still recording? Yeah, I'm still recording. That's okay, I guess. Here. Actually, let's do this. Okay. John, the Princess, and Hubert are sitting around a table. Everyone else gathers around, and the crowd spills into the street. I don't need to say what kind of creatures they are. Okay, and the crowd spills into the streets. Okay, we'll just leave that. Okay. Oh, sitting around the table. Okay. There we go. Hubert begins to speak to the crowd. Meanwhile, in the castle at the Omni Gate, Max has his techs activate the machine for the first time. First, at half power, he has them open a few gates, and then a few more. 1,000 gates are opened simultaneously, are then shut off. Max has his guards assemble the armies of creatures and men. And as soon as all armies are assembled, he starts seeing a large amount of trains flying in. Realizing who they are, he commands his armies to attack them. He orders his technicians to put the machine at full power and open all the portals. A large battle ensues. The battle starts waning in favor of the Enchanted Landians. John John spots Max trying to escape via one of the portals and chases him. John tackles Max, but Max throws him off starts running for a stairwell. John chases Max up the stairs and onto a catwalk, and they begin to fight. John saws the silver ticket, and Max manages to grab it out of his coat. While still grabbing for the coat, he pulls John down with him as he goes over the edge. John holds on the catwalk with his feet as Max tangles below. Max starts slipping, but with the ticket in hand, eventually falls. And with the ticket in hand, eventually falls. John turns away as Max falls, and then he turns back. And when he turns back, Max is just gone. Coming back down, out of breath and full of bruises and scratches, he notices the battle is almost over. As the battle comes to a close, the princess and Hubert manage to make their way over to John. Eventually, all that's left is cleanup. Sometime later in the throne room, Hubert talks privately to John and Princess Karen. Hubert states that John is probably going to become king. Hubert mentions that the king is still missing. He also mentions that Max is still alive somewhere. John mentions he wants to have a date with Princess Karen. Okay, Hubert finally sets it up, gives it some magical touches. He then leaves them in peace to eat dinner and to talk. And I'm going to go ahead and update this version before editing again. All right. So now, to me, this is pretty good. It may still need to be refined, but the thing that I need to do now is, actually, let's check something here. Go back to this. I'll check OBS here for real quick. And okay, so far I've been streaming for 2 hours. Okay, that's good, I guess. I actually don't know how long I would have been actually streaming. Actually, I can check something. Hold on. Okay. Check reduce problem smaller. Okay. All right. Give me just a sec here. Cyberduck. Okay. All right. Let me check something here. I'm just checking when I actually started working on this. Oh. 1:10? 1 o'clock? Huh. 2 hours, it's 3. So I guess technically I started at 1. I guess that's it. Okay. And it's 3 o'clock now. Alright. Alrighty. Let's see here. Okay. I suppose now would be a good time for me to break. I usually have a break. And usually it takes me about 45 minutes to break. I'm going to try to be quicker because now I have to put in Sir William, and I might even have to put in. Okay, and there's also a problem with Sir William. Not really a problem so much, but Sir William needs to turn back into a man, and the only way he can do that is with Violet. But actually, Hubert, when he's back up to full magic, can actually turn him back. In fact, in one time in the story, Hubert tries to turn him back, but only succeeds in allowing him to speak like a man. He's still a unicorn, but he gets to speak. And then earlier on, Princess Karen spots him somewhere along the line and decides she wants to rescue him. And I don't even know how that is gonna work in there. Also, we have a villain. We have Black Knight, and Black Knight hunts unicorns for the unicorn meat, and so they try to stick the Black Knight on to Sir William, and I mean, this kind of seemed like superfluous side stories, but if I guess the idea would be is if they listen to Sir William because he's such a great knight and he's such a legend in Enchanted Lands, which is probably what gave him the big head in the first place. Um, then he's got to be turned back into a knight, into a human, and thus would necessitate actually having him in the story, not just not just a side story or a whatever. He's actually kind of important to the plot. So I still have to give him an introduction. I have to decide how he's going to enter in and all this stuff. I gotta add him in. I might have to add the dragons in. And at this point, I haven't really added the bad guys in there. There's some guards. There's Max himself. There's Violet. She's mentioned, but the other characters aren't mentioned. We have Zanzibar the Great, who is he was a con man. He was actually a magician that told magician secrets. So he was running from the Brotherhood of Magicians because he would tell everybody their secrets. And so he manages to get into a wizards convention right as they're heading back toward Enchanted Lands, and uh, and he gets in with them, and he pretends to be one of them. And then when he's in there, he tries to scam people, and then he tries to scam Max, and then but Max, instead of getting mad at him, likes him and hires him to help him, and that's just that's almost a side story too. So I don't know. I might end up like getting rid of some of these characters, maybe. I'm not sure. I kind of like them though. Just like Kurt Wolf or the Cowardly Werewolf. I haven't really decided on that yet. Red Riding Hood is sort of like the Red Riding Hood from Grimm's fairy tale, but it's a little bit darker. She seduces werewolves so that she and her grandmother can get the pelts. They have this kind of this thing going, and um, and so Max recruits her to recruit werewolves into his army. And then there's this thing between him and there's this thing between her and Violet that they kind of hate each other because they're both kind of sweet on Max, so to speak. And he had some sort of a romance with Red Riding Hood at one point, and then but now Violet's his main girl, and actually she works for him in this endeavor too. So I haven't decided whether I'm going to keep those or not. Um, and half the time, these characters are a result of me thinking it would be funny. It'd be funny if instead of like attacking people and killing them, eating them, whatever, that this werewolf uh, instead he's becomes a coward. He's as a man, he's normal. Uh, he's not any particularly cowardly or afraid or anything. But when he becomes a werewolf, he instantly becomes a coward, and so that actually ends up saving his life and keeps him from being recruited into Max's army. But I just thought that would be a funny idea. Zanzibar the Great, an actual, uh, not real wizard, pretending to be a wizard, so he can escape these wizards that want to do him, these magicians that want to do him harm for exposing their secrets. So I thought that was funny. So I integrated him in the story, and so I still have quite a bit to go to actually integrate these characters into the existing story, because right now the story doesn't exactly need it. And I know the thing is, basically, you kind of go, well, why don't you just drop them because they're not important to the story? Well, this whole thing, all these characters, they are the story, and so if I can figure out a way of putting them in there to where it contributes to the story, then I'll probably keep them in there. So we have the dragons. Crooktooth was originally I had Crooktooth, and his problem was he has a bad tooth, and so when they pull it out, he's instantly a good guy. Um, but then I switched it. I wanted to give equal like an equal villain to equal a good person, and so I come up with Nestor and Chester, and they're actually long lost brothers, and they didn't know each other were alive. Um, and Chester because he likes going sightseeing, um, isn't around when they start to enchant the other dragons. Because you have to realize this is a tourist resort, and so you get to slay dragons and stuff, but it's all like make believe, right? It's all they use magic, and nobody gets hurt, and it's a fun thing, right? You're going for a vacation and for the experience. And Max has all of these dragons enchanted, so now they act like the dragons do, kind of in the stories. They're mostly, unless they're like, some sort of good dragon thing, which there's some fantasy um, books and stories that where the dragons are not bad, but all these ones are bad and mean. Um, but Nestor, Chester's brother, he is naturally mean, so they don't have to do anything to him. And it's because he's missing his brother that he didn't know was still alive, and he was brought up by himself, and he was alone most of his life, and so he became kind of this mean dragon. And then Crooktooth, I wanted to reintroduce him, and so I think what it's going to be is Crooktooth is actually in control of all the dragons, and he's able to, with magic, influence them to be evil. And so Crooktooth is, I think, going to remain a bad character, evil character, whatever, villain. And I still got to work him in. So I got to actually work the villains in more thoroughly, uh, so that there's some play. The good guys play off against the bad guys, and so I got to put those guys in. Anyways, I'm just starting to ramble on like I do sometimes. Um, but so next up, I have to integrate Sir William, and then I'll decide what other characters I need to reintegrate. And so I'm going to go ahead and take my break right now, and then I'll be back 15, 30, 45 minutes. Kind of depends the way it always works out. But I want to thank you so far for listening to me and or watching if you're watching. I don't know that there's anybody watching. I see in OBS here it says there's 3 concurrent viewers. One of them is probably myself because I've got the stream open in YouTube right now. 12 views, which is good, pretty good actually. Get more views, so that's nice. But anyways, so in case I lose you after the break, thanks for watching, and then I'll probably see you tomorrow on my edit stream. I'll be doing the edit streams for a little while. Eventually, when I get my system down and I get going on this, I'll probably stop streaming that maybe, unless people are interested in watching it, because it's probably not as interesting as the actual game itself. Anyways, yeah, so I'm just gonna go on a break. I'll be back, but if you don't see me, thanks for watching, thanks for listening, and I'll see you later. Okay. I am back, and someone was suggesting that I try to identify the acts, different acts, like in a three-act structure, like for a movie or even a novel or whatever. And yeah, so I'll have to probably find a way of identifying each of the acts. Um, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some reading a little bit of here. I guess I can show you what I'm doing. Just let's see. Uh, three act structure. Three act structure is a fundamental narrative model used in storytelling, dividing the story into three parts: the setup, the confrontation, and the resolution. Uh, Field, Alias, Donatus, the first act, the main characters and the setting are introduced, and an inciting incident sets the story in motion, which is basically the resort closing down. And okay. Is my sound coming through? Good, good, good. Okay. Uh, Second act typically involves the main conflict and obstacles the protagonist faces. The third act concludes the story with climax and resolution. I was used as a guideline rather than a rigid formula. And let's see here. And the three act structure explained in Jurassic Park. I need to look at that later, I think. But I won't be doing that in here so far. Three act structure breakdown. Beat sheet. Save the cat. Save catalyst debate. Act 2 fun games. B story. Midpoint. Bad guys close in. Dark Knight. The soul. Act 3 inspiration. Climax. Final image. A lot of older films really pivot on the midpoint, do they almost function like two separate stories that have the same plot. That makes sense. Huh. Let's go over to Reddit here. Uh, the three act one. Okay. That three act structure is classically beginning, middle, and end, so I don't know what you need to have a chart for that. Act one, the character has a problem, makes a mistake. Act two, the character tries to fix a mistake but fails. Act three, character learns lesson, fixes problem. Okay. That's interesting. I'm just like looking over these different deals. Act one, once upon a time and every day until Act two, and because of that, until finally Act three, and ever since that day. Interesting. Hook grabs viewer's attention. Setup introduces the main characters and their drives and goals. Inciting incident introduces the problem and the call to adventure. Yeah, this call to adventure thing, it kind of depends. Like, uh, my character John Thomas, he kind of gets that sort of thing, sort of. But Hubert doesn't. Hubert is he wants to he wants to fix things. He wants to fix the resort. The resort's closed down. bad stuff's happening, and so yeah. Um, Midpoint. In my story, I always figured the midpoint was where the princess is rescued, and because of that, she gains some valuable information. And then the second half of the story is just them barreling towards stopping Max and his cohorts and stop him from being able to take over all the realms that can connect to Enchanted Lands. Um, let's see if I can kind of go through this in my head here. And once the tells of close, Channel Lands a larger town, many people disappearing, King rules in Channel Lands, Hubert halfway is a wizard with only half his magic. Hubert decides he needs some outside help. John from our world finds a young man through. He walks over and introduces because um I could put the end of Act One where the princess is rescued, but in so doing, hmm, yeah, um, okay. So this is learning some information here. This would actually still be in Act One here, right? Okay. See, yeah, I don't know for sure if that works. Um, okay, I'm understood. He recalls the count. Mindcast stumbles upon a room with some maps and other documents she grabs. Reese captured. Okay. And really, I had a wait. Uh, Brief history of the three-act structure. The confrontation resolution. Get it? Yeah, and they go into the mines. Hmm. In actuality, the way it could work is uh, the end of the end of Act One, in essence, is where they rescue the princess and find this critical information. The end of Act Two is where they go into the mines and find all the slaves there and release them. So basically, your Act Two is how they get from the information that they get to uh, interesting. Let's see, Aristotle, Codex. First book any aspiring screenwriter should read. First playwriting manual on record. That's not why you should read it. Theoretical text lays out critical insights and the foundation of all storytelling. Must have a beginning, middle, and end. This represents three acts and three-act structure. Important to know. Considered today, some screenwriters get much more detailed. And I realize I'm not really writing a screenplay as such. It's not a It's not a linear narrative wholly. That's kind of also why I have all these characters, because you get stuck and then you can switch. Um, get much more detail. Well, the interesting thing is they always talk about the inciting incident as being towards the end of Act One, and what I understood is the inciting incident is it's actually the beginning. At least a couple of the screenplay books I read mention that. So if you wanted to say there was an inciting incident in, say, Star Wars, that's just the very beginning where Princess Leia hides the Death Star plans into R2. So that's actually in pretty much the beginning. Introduction and setting is typically a moment that kickstarts the story. It's usually the first 20 to 30 minutes of the film. Inciting incident in Star Wars is like almost the first minute in a sense. Uh, yeah, it's saying usually the first 20 minutes though. Greasy. She makes a point of looking into his eyes. Greasy looks back into hers. You sample. Oh. Greasy's introduction to Pinta, the girl whom he'll be a bodyguard. It's an inciting incident for two reasons. First, it begins a key relationship that propels smoothly down and out. Creasy finds reason to live in Pinta. Second, it starts the narrative arc. Creasy gets the job, and his duties as a bodyguard will stop at nothing to protect Pinta begins. Inciting incident happens on page 16, a little deeper in the script than most inciting incidents. It's a bit longer. It's a bit of a longer script, so it fits with the pacing. Typically, the first act ends around 20 to 30 pages into the screenplay at about 25% mark. Yeah, honestly, Star Wars and a couple of for instance, like a couple of the 80s action movies and stuff that we find out, they usually start out, they don't start out with the action necessarily. A lot of them do, but a lot of them don't too. Mm, mm, mm. Uh, remember Commando? It still happens. They show Arnold and his daughter, you know, played by Alyssa Milano at, age 10, or I don't know, age something, early age, and they're just living their life kind of out in the woods, sort of, and then his old military commander comes and says he wants him to come back into the service, and but then these killers come and they come and abduct his kid, and that's kind of the inciting incident. So I guess that's normal. I guess it's normal for Act One, the inciting incident, not necessarily to happen in the very beginning. I always think of that because of like Star Wars and whatever. Act Two, confrontation or build. Hmm. So interesting. In mine, it sort of happens in at the very beginning, essentially. In fact, it starts with, of course, this is not a movie. This is a game, and it's an animated game. The middle of your story should raise the stakes. You want the audience to keep watching. This is the main chunk of the story, and often leads us to the worst possible thing that can happen to the character. Note the plot doesn't have to move in one direction. There's ups and downs, turnarounds. In fact, the story just builds and builds in a straightforward manner. You may bore the audience with a predictable movie. That's because this is a game, so that probably won't happen in the sense that um, there'll always be something to do. If I make it right, you should never really get stuck. The end is some kind of catharsis or resolution. Uh, so successful. The audience is devastated. Titanic sucked, so I don't care about that. Structure you want to subscribe to if you want to subscribe. Here's one option. Beginning, inciting incident, second thoughts, climax of Act 1. Yeah, actually, I could almost probably put the Princess Rescue as it's essentially the second plot point. It's the um, it's when they finally figure out that Max is back and trying to figure out what he's doing and stuff. Do I really need two obstacles halfway through the second act? Will my story suffer? Of course not. You can have as many of these plot points as you need to tell an effective, meaningful story. Save the cat. Takes a traditional three-act structure and breaks it up into 15 story beats. Okay. No predetermined formula to know exactly where and when these critical events should occur within each act. Most of the time, big events like exciting incident, three-act structure breakdown. Okay. 8 sections. Yeah, 8 sections, right? You could almost put Act 2 as 2 acts, so it could be four act, even though it's technically still the 3-act structure, I think. Let's see. Of course, following the structure, one example of great movies closely follows the 3-act structure of Jurassic Park. The hook. This is the opening of the movie. In fact, in turn, the first act. The main goal here is to captivate the audience. Why should they care? Why should they keep watching? Piques their interest. Yeah, I don't really want to read all that. Okay. What am I doing here? I'm still on desktop. Okay. Um, Hold on a sec. Here we go. It can be subdivided into more, so that works for a good bomber draft starting point. Plot first, story second, screenplay third. I won't. Yeah, I won't be doing a screenplay here, but yeah. Stories converted into screenplay. It's easier than MP. It helps write the story and then the screenplay at the same time in pseudocode. Introduce all the actors, locations, and tribulations. Act 2 show the growth of all the actors and the problems being solved. Growth arcs. Yes. Tie up all loose ends. Act 3. Very sparse, but that is the overview. You're grouping plot points in 3 acts for now. Expand later. Keep it dry and factual. Yes, I get it. I get it. Wait, uh, let's go back. Okay, wait a minute. Where's the stupid browser? Okay. What was I doing? Oh. Yeah. Um, I can actually, I can kind of identify the, let's see, where's my, here. I don't know that I have a midpoint. I always thought of the midpoint as when the princess gets rescued, because then they have enough information to start making a plan. And but in reality, I notice in certain movies and stories where I get kind of bored, or where the movie isn't that great because it doesn't kick in till later. That being said, this is still a game, and you'll be switching off in between different things. But I always find the movies that I find the kind of the boring, or kind of just don't quite cut it. In other words, you're watching it and it's fine and it's okay, but it's not a great movie. Like you come off thinking it's a great movie, is when they start their stuff too late. So if finding the information and then if the midpoint is where she gets rescued, and then they can create plans to stop Max, and then they do that. Yeah. So let's check something out here. In fact, maybe I should do it by editing. So this is what we're going to do. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and start recording it. This part. I'm going to just try a dry run of trying to place the acts where they. I'm going to kind of go backwards. So let's start the recording here, and let's go. Actually, I'll go all the way down to the bottom. Okay, so okay, that's just the end battle thing here. Crowd spills into the street. Okay, when they okay, so the basically the rescue of the slaves basically okay. So this is where they make their and this is kind of interesting. This is after right. Let's see. Slaves get released and start to run out of the mines. Okay, so in essence, this we can say I'm gonna go ahead and say this is Act 3, even if it's not um, even if maybe it should be placed a little bit further because this is where they get everybody behind them to start helping them. Okay, and let's go ahead and let's go. Okay, let's go back down here. Recaptured. Okay. Okay. Act 2. And I don't know if I should do it this way, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put these little dashes here to sort of break that up. Where's Act 3? We'll see if Act 2 is robust enough here. That. And then, of course, this is Act 1. I don't know if I did letters or numbers. Doesn't really matter. Okay. So, this is like the setup. This is figuring things out. Slaves working in Max's quicksilver mines in the Gnome Kingdom. Laid pan, dwarves. Max finishes the Omni Gate. That could be considered a midpoint here, though. The villain actually doing it. The Omni Gate is done, and Hebert tracks down Violet and confronts her. Roland and John locate the office in the mines. Roland sneaking in. Roland easily snaps the bonds. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna update this as is, and then see what's interesting here is if you look at the layout here, we got a ton of lines. Now, a lot of these are describing and stuff, so this is not really. If I was writing this into a screenplay, it wouldn't be as much of this here. Maybe okay, so maybe Act Two should actually be back when they find the princess because they don't know where she is. Okay, and then the rescue is part of Act Two. See how long Act Three is? It's kind of long too. Um, well, actually, and all I'm doing is I'm just arranging these existing plot points. I'm not trying to add anything or insert anything, but I could possibly, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much it really how much this works exactly, but Um, okay, so like a plot point is is like a turning point, sort of like the midpoint is a turning point where it kind of takes the story in a new direction, sort of. Um, in this case, it would just be they half of the information that they found out that they've already found out. That's a thought. Okay. Count the count calls the count, asks him to fight a princess tied up to a wine cask in the cellar. Yeah. No. Okay. So maybe the rescue is the start of Act Two. Here, let's go ahead and edit this, and let's go down to where Act Two is actually is, and let's go ahead and delete that. Let's go back. The count comes back. Okay. Okay. Act Two. All right. Now let's go to Act Three. We're gonna push that forward, and really all we're doing is just like I said, it's not a one-to-one exactly. Um, that's there you go. So the start of Act Three, we could say, is where everyone gathers, rendezvous back at Scarborough Fair Chicken. Well, let's update and just kind of see what it looks like a little bit now. Possibly these introduction things. Okay, Act One, Two, Act Three. I think a lot of this is because I have a lot of lines that has to do with introducing, saying what they are, who they are, and that sort of thing. Um, Maybe I should remove those for this dry run. In other words, uh, and the way you the way you said it, circuit bone circuit, whatever. uh, you kept asking what like who. Um, um, Here, let's see something here. anyways, the way that you were saying it, you were like, okay, so who's Hubert? Who is, what is that deal? Is it important? Does it move the story and stuff? Well, explaining stuff doesn't move. Um, I guess I mean I could revise some of these things that aren't things that happen. If a plot is really the stuff that actually happens, and I don't need this introduction stuff, the acts might fall in the right place, or they might fall in a different way. Enchanted Land is a real magic kingdom that's turned into a tourist resort. Well, I don't necessarily need to put that in this version you're talking about, the way you're talking here. Hotels, restaurants, and shops have closed with a few exceptions. Um, Grand Enchanted Landing is a large hotel that most tourists stay at. Grand Enchanted Landing is still technically open, but not accepting new guests. Many people have disappeared. King rules Enchanted Lands. See, when I did my first version, I just tried to make sure and not really say who they were. I wasn't trying to describe. I was just trying to describe what happens. So what happens? It closes down, right? People start disappearing. I mean, if if the point is to do that, the point is to write only stuff that happens down, and not even the way you were describing like a mystery, like you're a cop, you're a detective, and you're trying to find maybe there's a murder victim, and you're trying to find clues, and you're trying to decipher things. And what do? He goes over and he checks the body, and he checks the way the body is, and um, you know identifies certain things, but that applies to his case. But that applies to like a detective story, like you notice that there are scratches on the wall, or you notice that something is smashed, like something was knocked. Maybe it's maybe there's a like a pedestal with a vase on it, and or base on it, whatever. I usually say vase, but anyways, there's a vase on this pillar, and it's knocked over, and the vase is broken. It's sitting there broken. Um, that's was that's evidence, or that's not necessarily evidence, but in a mystery you're trying to piece together what happened. When I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to tell you what happened. I'm not trying to piece something together like a mystery. So a mystery isn't quite exactly the same thing as some sort of detective deal. Now, if you're looking at it correct, what you'd be describing is what the detective is doing, but that's if you're writing a detective story. In other words, the detective goes, examines the body. The detective examines the floor. Examines the doors, that sort of thing. So, if what we're trying to do here is we're trying to only keep it to what has happened, then I need to revise this completely, and I need to get rid of all this stuff. And so it shouldn't matter that you don't know who the king is. It doesn't matter if you know that Hubert is a wizard, because he'll do wizard stuff and that'll inform you. But that doesn't really matter, because this is only for me. This is not for someone playing the game or watching a movie or reading a book. It's for the structure. So if I'm doing this, I'd get rid of a lot of this stuff. Maybe that's what I should do instead. That's what you kept trying to say. Does it? And even if it doesn't move the story along, it's not as important exactly as what actually happened, a thing that happens. I mean, it might be important. In other words, um, you know, uh, some guys are horsing around, and they fall over and they hurt themselves or whatever, and they get up. And if that's not applying to the plot, but it's still something that happens, then you put it in there as something that happens, and then later on you take it out and say, well, this isn't moving the story forward, so I'm gonna remove that scene. They don't need to be horsing around because it's not part of the story. But if all I'm doing is just showing what happens in here, then that's probably what I should do. I think. I think so. You should. There shouldn't. It shouldn't ask who is such and such, especially if this is for me because I already know. And I will introduce them appropriately. Anyways, that's my two thoughts. So I don't know. What do you think? I mean, is that what you were trying to get me to do in the first place? Is this only supposed to be for stuff that happens, or what? Oh, and I'm still recording. Dang, stop recording. I can probably chunk some of that out. Isn't gonna hurt anything. Okay, so structure streaming. Okay. So that's what I am. I'm thinking maybe I should do that too. And it is kind of what you said originally, which is it should be dry and factual. Essentially, it should be a plot. Actually, let's do something here. Here, let's go back in the browser. Define plot. Okay, represent graphically as on a chart. Plot a ship's course. Locate points or other figures on a graph to draw connecting points on a graph. To conceive and arrange action and incidents of to form a plot for a prearranged, secretly and deviously plot an assassination. To form or take part in a plot scheme. Now, a small piece of ground generally used for a specific purpose. A measured area of land, a lot. A ground plan, as for building a diagram, the pattern or sequence of events in a narrative or drama. Okay. Secret plan to accomplish a hostile or illegal purpose, a scheme. Let's did I put it up here? Let's go to Webster's 1828 dictionary. Let's see what plot says in there. Small extent of ground as a garden plot, which shows in plot of fertile land, what we need to build. We first survey the plot. A plantation laid out, a plan or scheme. And that's probably where the trace of the word means. In other words, your plot is your plan for your story. To make a plan of, delineate, plot, noun. Any scheme, stratagem, or plan of complicated nature or consisting of many parts adapted to the accomplishment of some purpose, usually a mischievous one. A plot may be formed by a single person or by numbers. In the latter case, it is a conspiracy or an intrigue. The latter word more generally denotes a scheme directed against individuals, the former against the government. But this distinction is not always observed. Oh, think what anxious moments pass between the birth of plots and their last fatal periods. In dramatic writings, the not or intrigue, the story of a play comprising a complication of incidents which are at last unfolded by unexpected means. If the plot or intrigue must be natural, such as springs from the subject, the winding up of the plot must be probable consequence of all that went before. Contrivance, deep reach of thought, ability to plot, a man of much plot. Right. Contrive a plan, scheme. Okay. So dramatic writings. In 1828, of course, it's this is before movies. This is before of course they had fiction in 1828, and they had plays for thousands of years and stuff. But the story of a play comprising of a complication of incidents, which are last unfolded by unexpected means. That's an interesting definition. So if that's kind of the case here, then I need to go ahead and I need to strip out the stuff that explains who they are, and just keep it to what is happening. Okay, so maybe I should just go ahead and edit it and just do a version like that. If I have a yeah, that's the thought. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this text into LibreOffice. I'm going to take it and I'm going to revise everything, and then I'm going to replace all the text at once, kind of on purpose, so that I can revert back to this one if I need to, because it's not based on the changes. Because all I'm doing is I'm removing items, and really it's for the whole. It's not for individual. I think, anyways, I think that's what I want to do, because I don't care if let's see. Okay. It'll still be in here, but I'll completely replace. In fact, it'll show what I got rid of, and then it'll show what I replaced it with, which is fine, which is kind of what I want. So I think I'm going to do that. I think that's what I want to do. So, whoop. I select all here. No, I have to. Copy. And that's what I think I'm going to do. Okay. So I am actually going to do what I said here. All right. We'll just put this under plot revision 3. And we'll put paste. Paste special, unformatted text. I hate when it does that. Because I'm just copying text. This is the raw text in this. Where's it at? Here. This is just raw text here, and I don't see why it's perceived as being. See, it's just file1.txt. So I don't see why I can't just paste it in directly. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the stuff. It's going to be a little bit closer to the way it was at first. We're going to say, well, I don't know. Maybe I will edit the gist. Okay, let's go ahead and still save this. I'll just leave that like that. Maybe that's what I'll do. After after thinking about it now. Okay. Okay, so let's wait a minute. Let's go ahead and edit. Okay. Okay. Enchanted Lands Magical Resort, because that was the name of the resort, and we'll use that as a way. has been systematically closed down. Okay? And in that we'll... Okay. Many people have disappeared. We're going to delete this. Hubert most of Hubert's other friends are missing. Now, okay, so I can probably consolidate some of this. Okay. Hubert, trusted advisor and wizard to the king, decides he needs some... See, let's see. Okay, let's see if I can do this differently. I guess I don't know if I should put a motivation in here because it's a thing that happens, but Hubert, a wizard, gets external help and, well, ever to ascertain why gets external help by bringing John, young man from our realm. Okay. And we'll do this here. Hubert, a wizard endeavoring to ascertain why he gets external help by bringing John, a young man from our realm. Many people have disappeared, including most of Hubert's friends. Now, there's a point where the king sells off enchanted lands to Max, and presumably it has already happened here when it's being closed down. So I guess I'll leave that out of here. I'm not sure if I should leave it out of here, but if we're just trying to get to what happened, we only want to write down what happened, right? Okay. I could do... I could add another line. Enchanted... I don't want to add too many lines though here, because the whole point is to reduce it just to the things that happen. Enchanted Lands, Magical Resort, was sold to a mysterious figure by the king of the by the ruler of the kingdom. Okay, we're going to presume that's a king because the ruler of a kingdom is a king. Okay, so I don't need to say that. This figure named Max, we'll just leave it at Max, has closed down, has systematically. This is important because closed down has systematically closed down most of the resort. Okay, systematically means he goes system by system. That means he goes to the hotels, the shops, whatever. Hubert Wizard and friend. Well, okay, we're gonna leave it like this. They were friends, but that's not really. It's going to be important in the fact the way the king acts toward him, but we're just showing things that happen, and maybe that doesn't happen just yet. Okay, so actually, did I? I didn't start recording yet. Maybe I won't record this. That's fine. Many people have disappeared, including most of Hubert's friends. Okay, and he's already gone for outside help. Quicksilver coupon. And I'll say bringing in John, a young man from our realm. Okay. Let's do something else here. Let's put that above here, and then we're going to say Hubert, a wizard. Okay. Many people this including Hubert's friends. Okay, so what happens here? Let's do this. Many people have disappeared. Including many people have disappeared, including let me think for a sec. Many people have disappeared, including the wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hubert's friends, including most of the friends of the wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hubert. Okay. Hubert gets external help by bringing in John, the young man from our realm, to help. No, we already said help. Hubert gets external help by bringing in John, a young man from our realm. While on his way home from the library, or can say from work. We'll say from work. John. Oop. Looks at a coupon. Here, let's do it like this. Gets a silver coupon. Wait. Stops in a store. Gets his favorite candy bar. A silver, we'll say ticket, I don't know, inside. John looks at the silver ticket. It says some words in fine print, and a portal opens. So we're just still sticking with. Oh, cancel. Here. We're still concerned about just what happens. John steps through through the portal into a train cabin when he sees a beautiful young woman. Young woman, princess from another realm. This young woman is kidnapped because he doesn't know she's a princess, and we can deal with that later. Oh, I keep on doing this because I keep thinking, you know, I'm in edit, so I'm gonna save everything. While John, this young woman is kidnapped while John helplessly watches. The train starts to tumble, and John falls, hits his head, and blacks out. When John awakens, he seems to be in a forest without leaves. Okay, so let's do something with that. John awakens a forest without leaves. And Hubert walks over and introduces himself. That's still something that happens. Hubert tells John why he brought him here. Tells John that he brought him here to help find out why Enchanted Lands has closed. Okay. We don't need to do that. Hubert sends John Okay. To two schools, night school and princess prep, to figure out what's happening. Okay. Hubert himself goes to examine Wizard U and Fairy God College. Okay. Here. Let's just go ahead. Well, let's see. Act 1, Act 2. Okay, so it's almost 5 o'clock, and I guess I need to remove this. Okay. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a star here so I know where to come back to. Okay. Let's just go ahead and update this part. Okay. And I guess I will probably continue with this on Monday. Let me do a brief recap since I didn't record here. Since I didn't record anything for this part that I'm editing here, I'm gonna record. I'm gonna explain it just a little bit. So bear with me for a few minutes while I do that. Okay, so what I decided to do is, after looking at it, I realized that all these descriptions and stuff. Okay, so what I did first is I divided up these into acts, and it wasn't necessarily going in a the acts weren't divided up kind of how you think a story usually is divided up, beginning, middle, and end. It's there, but I had to modify it a little bit, and even then, acts 2 and 3 are shorter than act 1, and but that's mostly because I was doing things to explain people or places or whatever. When I believe this is supposed to be just a dry rundown of what happens, right? So what I decided to do is I decided to rewrite it. And this is what I got so far. So this first part of Act 1 says, Enchanted Land's magical resort was sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. That uh, that assumes that, or what do you say? That tells you that the ruler of the kingdom would be a king. It could be a queen. So I mean, technically, it could be a queen, but that's kind of doesn't really matter here. That this figure named Max has systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people have disappeared, including most of the friends of the wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hubert. Hubert gets external help by bringing John, a young man from our realm. While on his way home from work, John stops in at a store, gets his favorite candy bar, and with a favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. John looks at the silver ticket and then says some words in the fine print, and a portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabinet when he sees a beautiful young woman. This young woman is kidnapped while John helplessly watches. The train starts to tumble and John falls and hits his head and blacks out. Now I could put this extra stuff where Barty comes in to kidnap her because that's still actual stuff that happens. So basically, he sees the little man place something on the wall, go back to a seat, then fiddle with the device, which starts the train cabin to start shaking and moving. Then he stops, and then he goes over to the young woman. He sprinkles something sparkly on her, picks her up, heaves her over her shoulder, despite being short, round, and fat, and heads for the door and jumps out. Uh, and before he jumps out, he activates the device, which starts the train tumbling. And I might go ahead and add this back in because these are things that happen. These are actual things that happen in the beginning, and I might have to add those in because right now I'm trying to do the things that happen. This is a plot list, and plots are events that unfold basically. Um, a plot is an event, are a series of events that unfold um, in a story basically. So okay, so uh, portal opens. John steps through. This young woman is kidnapped. While John helplessly watches, the train starts to tumble. John falls, hits his head, blacks out. John awakens in a forest without leaves, and Hubert walks over and introduces himself. Hubert tells John that he brought him here to help find out why Enchanted Lands was closed. Hubert sends John to two schools, the night school and Princess Prep, to figure out what's happening. Hubert himself goes to examine Wizard U and Fairy God College. Now, this is just what happens, and to me, it's a little bit better. Even if the even if the acts don't end up being balanced like they're supposed to, Act One and Act Three are supposed to be roughly a quarter of your story, and then Act Two is supposed to be about half. Or if you wanted to divide it into four acts, technically, they'd be each a quarter, and so going to your midpoint. In any case, um, this is what I got so far, and so next week or next time, I'm going to continue to work on that. Okay, so I guess that does it for today. Um, Maybe I'm not getting that much done like I should be, but it's coming along. It's coming along. It's taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I was hoping to have this whole phase of this game here. It was going to be super short, but the complete story in a short and condensed version, so that I could just get this phase over and done with, and I could go on to the next phase. But it's turning out to taking longer than I was hoping it would take. Not that I thought it would. I knew it could have taken a long time, but this first phase is taking a long time. But also the way to look at it is uh, that if I front load, by front loading I mean if I'm doing a majority of the work, the story work at least here right now, I won't have to do that much story work when I get to the part of adding like interactivity, a parser when I get to the parser phase, mouse stuff when I get to that, graphics, animation, backgrounds. When so these first few phases, the first one is this choose your own adventure phase. The second one is also choose your own adventure, but it adds is it adds directional controls as separate controls to the choices you make. So you still make choices, but now you can move between rooms or between scenes with extra controls, different controls. Then the third phase, I think, is when I start implementing multiple player characters because I got a lot of characters in here and they're supposed to be played. Um, um, and but there's also a thing about the way I could do it. I could do this sort of like a book, sort of like whatever, where it just switches off the parts. Kind of like when you're watching a movie and you're watching them do something, and then you switch to these other guys that have went off, and it's technically supposed to be happening concurrently. I might do it that way, is where I don't have multiple player characters. You're just doing the one character at whatever time it's whatever time it's supposed to be. So I might do it that way. But the third phase is supposed to be multiplayer characters, and then I forget what the fourth phase is. I have to look at my thing. But in each time, I'm supposed to expand the story out, and anyways, by the time I'm done with these initial phases, even if they take a majority of the work, like they take most of the time, when I get to the final end thing, and I'm just putting in like animations and whatever, all this other stuff should be pretty much done, and then it'll be just about making content and that sort of thing. So, yeah, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's just that this phase is gonna take longer. That's all, and I just gotta live with that. Anyways, I want to thank you for watching and or listening. Probably mostly listening, which is fine. And I'll probably be back tomorrow editing some some of that older footage. Um, Still trying to get update 4 I think done. And then I'll have to start with update 5. That'll be a pain in the butt too. And I might just cop out and time lapse them. I'm not really time lapsing them. I'm basically just time compressing them and then providing a voiceover based on what's going on screen. Because really, it's just supposed to be for updates. It's not supposed to be anything flashy. I'm not doing like I don't have some story to tell here. I don't mean the game story. I just mean through YouTube videos. It's just purely to provide updates to people that don't want to spend the time to watch a stream or listen to a stream. Anyways, thanks, and I'll see you later.